consensus building to other kinds of participatory tools throughout the day. The consensus building, again, will be a call for high five. So we'll be looking for anything above a 4 or a 5 to move forward with a motion, at which point motions can be passed when an individual states their name and raises their hand to first, second, and then all in favor. So with that, I'm going to pass it back to Brian, who is going to go through with the approval of the appointed members.
Thanks very much, Sarah. So this portion, we're going to have the approval of the appointed members. And at this particular point, we have gone through this, of course, in camera. I am going to call for a motion individually to approve Derek Summers, Kevin Cloutier, Robert Quinn, and Jay Batt as registered optician appointed members. I need a mover and a shaker, please. I see Samir's hand up. Gee, Samir, you got one in today. I think I saw Mike's hand second. You'll be next after this one, Murray. All in favor? That's passed.
Okay, it's passed.
Thank you. Okay, so the next one, I'm going to call for a motion, if I could, please, to approve Gord White as the non-optician appointed committee member. I'm going to take Murray's hand up first because he missed the second one. Omar seconds that. All in favor? We're good to go. Third motion to approve Rob Vizina as a discipline-only appointed member, committee member. I saw Henry's hand up. Ed's hand up is second. All in favor? Good.
Looks good.
All right. Thank you very much. Now we'll move to oh, did you want me to continue, Sarah, or did you want to hand it back? Or
you can go right ahead if you're on a roll, Brian.
I'm on a roll. So now we're going to move to the October 5th and 6th minutes. And I'm going to ask if there are any amendments, first of all, to those minutes. Again, we're on 4.0, minutes from October 5th and 6th, 2020. Any amendments to the minutes? See any hands up? Okay. Seeing none, I'd like to ask someone to make a motion then, if I could. That's Stephen's hand up. Ingrid seconded. All in favor? Aye, aye, aye. Very good. I think now, Sarah, you're up to bat on this one.
Yeah, Fuzzle, did you want to go ahead?
Sorry,
yeah, I saw Ingrid's hand up for a little bit. I don't know if Ingrid, you had any questions going on.
Oh, I used the virtual hand instead of the real hand. Sorry.
Great, thanks for the clarity. And just a reminder for motions, if you do want to make sure you're the one to get the first or the second, you can actually unmute yourself and say your name as well as raise your hand, and that'll really help us kind of get who's first and second. Okay, so I'm now going to pass it on to Fiza Azad, who's the Accounting and Human Resources Specialist, and she's going to provide an update on the financials for us.
All right, thank you so much, Sarah. All right, good morning, everyone. If you just bear with me for a moment while I set up my screen share here. All right, can everyone see the variance report okay? If you'd like me to zoom in or zoom out, I can do so to make it easier to read.
So, did I hear zoom in?
Yes, please.
Does that make it a bit better?
Excellent.
Yes, okay, great. All right, so we are going to get right into item 5.1, which is the financial variance report. Just to point out that the financials in this report are the actuals are October 31st compared to the 2020 budget, which is to December 31st. So we'll start by going over the revenue items. Our actuals for October 31st, 2020 were $3,142,550 compared to our 2020 budget of $3,268,868. That brings us to a variance about -4%, so we are under budget for revenue. A few points that I wanted to bring up here. So in regards to line 4, which is our student and intern revenue, we are down 48% with revenue there. That is due to the fact that we have had an impact with COVID and students renewing. Line number 5, which is our national examination fees. We had to defer our spring examination sessions to the fall. We did have an exam session in October, and we did receive the revenue for that in November. So that was actually to bring our total up to just under $72,000. That impacts our variance by bringing us actually under budget of about 47%. And that impacts our total revenue line by bringing us closer to negative 1.6% for our total revenue. We are also down a bit with miscellaneous revenue. 2 items upon further investigation into that account is less activity with our deficient professional portfolio fees and CE activity accreditation. Fazal, if you'd like to jump in on anything there, or if there are any questions about our revenue, I can take those now.
Yeah, the only thing I would add is exactly what you were saying, that financials are till October 31st. We did realize the revenue for the exam session, for instance, which was a large amount that came in October or November, I guess.
In November, yes.
Yeah. So they'll all be adjusted for by the time we get to the year-end financials. So we're not looking as bad as this picture right now as far as revenue goes, but at the same time, we are being impacted by the pandemic.
Steve, I believe you raised your hand.
Yes, I just wanted to commend staff and the board itself for steps that we've taken this year to, at this time of the year, and given the COVID that's going on, to only be down negative 1.8%. I think that's an amazing job. So kudos.
Okay, Mike.
Sorry, Mike, you're
Oh,
muted.
go ahead, Mike. Yeah, you're muted.
When the CE providers are down from revenue, I'm wondering if we're finding or will find on the portfolio the same where members haven't had an opportunity. Do we have a plan to try and help people out as we see that there's less accreditation going through?
Can I answer that, Sarah?
Brian, yeah, you wanted to go ahead? Yeah.
Yeah, Mike, I don't think that there are less accreditations going through. There are less shows, okay, physical shows, but I think that there's been over an abundance of presentations that give the optician just as much or greater ability to be able to get their accreditations. I don't think that there's any lack of opportunity for opticians to get their accreditations.
Okay.
Sorry, I misunderstood when in the points there, it just said CE accreditations requests are down. So that was my question.
Fazal or Fiza, anything to add to that?
I don't know if you have any comment. I can't say too much.
So we just had less activity during the year, I guess due to COVID.
Okay, Murray, I see your hand is up.
Yes, it's a clarification question. When I click on 5.1 in the agenda, I do not get this schedule, and therefore I didn't have an opportunity to review it before the meeting, and I apologize for that if it's a technical deficiency on my part. But did anybody else have problems seeing this report?
Yes, yes, I
Same
do.
thing.
Yeah.
I'd same thing, Murray.
Yeah, I do. I didn't have a chance to do it. I couldn't see it.
No, I didn't see it either.
Okay, other folks having had trouble. Was that the same across the board? Did everyone have trouble seeing this document in advance?
Because normally there's a star, right, at the end there to click on it, and so that feature wasn't available.
I can't confirm that it's identical because I'm having trouble reading the screen share, but I certainly got a document from the link from the materials that were put on the board.
I did as well. I got a document. I just didn't get this document.
Okay,
Yeah,
so,
sorry, everyone. I am taking a look now. It appears that the next agenda item was duplicated and substituted for 5.1. So the attachment for 5.2 has been posted in lieu of the attachment for 5.1. So our apologies about that.
Okay. Did folks? Yeah, go ahead, Fuzzle.
Peggy was just informing me that the number of accreditations hadn't really changed too much last year to year to date. What changed was the number of rush accreditations. Is a big difference in the cost of those. So I think CE providers were a little more proactive in getting their accreditation requests in. So there weren't a lot of people being dinged for rush accreditations.
Okay, thanks for that clarity. Okay. Any other questions on the financials from the overview or as
We
folks
can
are
move on to
reviewing
the
now?
expenses now, since we've covered revenue.
Sure.
So I'll go over those. So with our expenses, we've broken them into our board and committee expenses, as well as our operations and administration expenses. We'll start off with the board and committee expenses, and we are actually under budget across the board here. Our actuals at October 31st were $97,483 compared to our budget of $220,500, which is a variance of -56%. This is primarily due to the fact that since March 17th, our meetings have been conducted virtually. And under further inspection and audit of the expenses, a lot of our Q4 expenses from our board members have not come in yet. However, we are expecting to receive those before a year end and adjust these variances accordingly. Some points to note here. So with the discipline costs, you'll see that that is a large variance as we are 99% under budget. That is due to the fact that we have had some discipline matter fees deferred to Q1 of 2021. And we have a few discipline hearings which are being resolved in the end of Q4, so November and December. Are there any questions in regards to the board and committee expenses before I move on to operations and administration? All right, I didn't see any hands, so I'm going to
look like it.
Move on.
Go ahead.
All right, so with operations and administration, our actuals at October 31st were $2,058,499 compared to our budgeted amount of $2,890,130, bringing us under budget by 29%. A few points to note here are our consulting costs. We do have a few invoices to be coming in before year end, particularly in regards to our DEI initiatives. With our database costs, we still have year-end costs coming in. We do have an invoice coming in of about $12,000 to be applied. Line number 26 are external personnel. Due to the fact that we had deferred our spring exams to the fall, the invoices from our examiners and models had not come in prior to October 31st. We do see this number going up a bit as we have received a lot of those invoices in November, but it still won't be close to our budget, again, due to the fact that we have had less people. Our external relations, we are under budget by 62%. Again, that is because of COVID. A lot of our events have been moved to virtual events. IT, you'll see that we are actually up by 3%, and that is due to costs of our website refinement and our accessibility project, which is part of our DEI initiatives. Investigator fees, line number 30, are actually up by 57%. This is something that an increase in the budget is due to the increase in insurance investigations. This amount has been taken into consideration, and this activity has been taken into consideration when planning for our 2021 budget. Are there any questions in regards to operations or administration? Anything that anyone would like further clarity on? Or Faisal, if there's anything that you'd like
Questions?
to add.
Good, thank you.
Questions from the group on the variance report? Doesn't look like it. Okay, thank you, Fiza.
All right, thank you.
So with that, we will move forward with, I'm going to pass it off to Fazal Khan, the registrar, with an introduction to the 2021 draft budget.
Okay, so in front of you, you will be we'll be discussing the 2021 proposed draft budget. So I thought there's quite a few new faces around the table. So I go through sort of the process that's used when developing the proposed budget before it comes to this stage. So typically, the process starts, I think we started around August this year. Melody was one of our main drivers of this project. And essentially the process, we first check in with all the departments who the managers check in with their chairs to try to determine what the workload is or predict it for the coming year so that we can figure out how many meeting days we're going to need, whether full days and half days. We look at the coming year's work plan. So we do start trying to populate the work plan constantly for the coming year. So we're looking at different projects and policies that need to be developed. For instance, clinical practice on deck this year was updating delegation standard, and looking forward next year, we're looking to update the refraction standard. So things like that, we sort of figure out, well, okay, that project should take half of committee time. We look at things such as internal requirements, like infrastructure and projects, things like online applications or anything that are being QA portal, so that we can figure out what type of consulting that we need. And we look at historical trends, typically 3 years trends, to see where we're trending for expenses and committee expenses. And the other thing that's unique about this year is we also are factoring in what we expect for the revenue. Have made a fee reduction of 25% for an accommodation to assist the membership with respect to the pandemic. So that's a significant chunk of fees that we're going to be foregoing. And we're also in this proposed budget factoring down the quotes a little bit, just to be cautious in case some people are not back to work and aren't renewing their registration certificate with us. So we did a little tweak of about 10% just as a buffer. So the budget you see in front of you, then after it went through staff's hands, went to the finance committee to put their eyes on it, to make sure that we hadn't missed anything, or if there was any projects or anything that that we hadn't accounted for. So it was tweaked a little bit and is then brought here to the board for final approval. So what you're doing is sort of at a high level taking a look at different committees that we've accommodated for time and everything. One thing also I should note is we calculated for expenses about more than at least half the year being virtual. Pandemic still in full swing, and hopefully a vaccine protocol coming and being rolled out this spring. We still think that probably we're going to be at least virtual till mid-year, at least till June, July. So what we've done is a hybrid of expense predictions for at least half the year in a virtual format, and then maybe half the year or the last quarter in live. If we end up going virtual longer, there'll be a reduction in expenses, but we're trying to be conservative on our predictions there. So what you have in front of you is sort of our, as Bev Sloan would say, our best crystal ball gazing and best guesses with as much input from all departments as possible, and looking at our strategic plan and strategic initiatives, training initiatives that are coming up next year, continuation of training that we started this year. So all of it is in front of you. Typically, we have a positive budget where we predict or buffer usually about $200,000 in surpluses. This year, you're seeing quite a large negative budget, which is a first for the college in many years. That said, nothing to be alarmed about. 750,000 plus of that negative is the fee reduction, and we have about 900,000 plus in general reserves that was put aside for an event like this. And when we passed the fee reduction at the October meeting, we had accounted for it. So we do have reserves to replenish that negative deficit that we're going to run this year. So it's not as alarming as it looks, but obviously there's a paper impact on this accommodation that we've made. So I can take any questions before Fizza walks us through as far as rationale and process.
Great. Thanks, Fuzzle. And just a note, Fuzzle, your sound is not great, kind of going in and out. So I don't know if you have a headset, but it might help.
Okay.
So I just see a question from Murray and then Steve.
Actually, I have a couple of questions. One is $800,000 deficit. To me is significant, and it's something that we have to keep our eye on. But the underlying question is, what does the revenue look like going if we look out to 2022? What would the revenue look like, and the impact on the reserves if we continue to go into a negative, and what contingency plans are in place to address the deficit going forward if it's predicted?
Yeah. Sarah, can I answer that?
Yeah, go ahead.
And are you able to hear me okay right now?
Yeah, it is choppy, but
just 1 second. I've got a microphone, but I'm going to throw my headset on. I'll be 1 second.
This is where we need the music button to have the suspenseful music while Fuzzle is gone.
And I'm back. Sorry. Okay, can you hear me better now?
Try again, Fuzzle.
Wondering. Okay, the headset didn't kick in. Sorry, keeping everybody in suspense here.
Sound good to me.
Okay. Anyhow, you know what? Okay, so
yeah, there you go.
Essentially, Murray, to your question, we have a fees table that we go by, and so we had made a one-time accommodation this year to drop the fees as some pandemic relief. The intention is to return back to the fees table, which would bring our revenues back in line with what we've had historically. They include every year about a 2.5% increase. So we would be back to a positive budget next year. And then when we factor in the accommodation, we did sort of create or choose that amount based on different discussion. One of the discussions was how long would it take to replenish the reserves for the amount that we're going in this year. So the board had been comfortable with a 5-year window because, as I said, we usually surplus about $200,000 a year in a regular year. So based on this one-time blip, we should be able to put this money back in the coffers in 5 years.
Thanks, Fuzzle. Murray, did that address your question?
Yes, it did. Thank you.
And you said you had another question?
Well, it was a combination question of the impact on the reserve and what it looks like going into 2022. So
okay, super.
Both were answered.
Great, thank you. So then I see Steve's hand up.
Thanks, Sarah. I just wanted to just commend staff for preparing such a hard times budget that number one benefited the membership. We heard great reviews back that the people welcome the reduction in their fees, and also with the idea that going forward we'll build up our reserves again. So I just think this was an amazing budget that was produced and that satisfied everyone's needs, and yet we still have money in reserves to keep us strong and going forward and showing the membership what true leadership is about.
Great, thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Stephen.
Any other comments or questions before we approve? Faisal, go ahead.
Sorry, so two other things. Again, not to also panic, I just, especially if we have any registrants watching, we do have funds in reserves in various other pockets, such as unauthorized practice, operating expenses. So we have all those pockets of money sitting aside. It was the general reserve that we dipped into for the fee reduction. So, you know, if there is anything out of left field, we do have money tucked away in different pockets to safeguard against that. And then once the questions are done here, essentially FISA's on deck to take any questions on any specific predictions that we made on any specific line items. And then we can move to hopefully adopting the budget.
Perfect. I do see a question from Dorina. Go ahead, Dorina.
Hi. My question is just regarding the training provided by the Diversity and Inclusion Group. How did we land to use this group, and why does it cost what it costs? Did we have a choice, or it was just the only possible way?
Okay, so a question around the training and diversity, or sorry, the diversity training. Fiza, did you have a comment about that specific item?
I think that's more on a policy basis. Maybe I'll handle that one.
Sure.
So during different types of training are usually identified, or different strategies are identified. So diversity, equity, inclusion was identified in our strategy for 2020 to 2022. So once the board sets the strategic initiatives and approves the budget, then it's turned over to staff to source out consultants. And so we have policies if it's a large amount as far as RFPs. If it's under a certain amount, we have the ability to not go as formal a process as an RFP. And so we usually will always source out about 3 consultants, look at their offerings, look at their costing, and bring one on. And then we typically, after all our training sessions, are doing feedback surveys to see how the board has received the consultant. And if we have to make any adjustments to a consultant, whether it be giving them feedback or actually dropping them in the following year, we look at all of that.
Okay. And Dorina, did that address your question?
Well, I still don't have means of reference, so I have to settle for.
Well, so maybe Dorina, I'm not understanding your question. Like, it sounds like you're saying, do we only have one pick of a consultant?
Yeah, why? What was the criteria in selecting them? Was it the best suitable for the organization, as in price and content, or it was? It's just a very steep price, in my opinion, to have, and I wanted to know what is the main row of thought of the college as an administration when they choose this. I did not hear your comments completely. You are very chopped off in comments, so I'm trying to think out.
Yeah. So Dorina, what I was saying is, we always will look at a consultant's proposals, and we look at their cost, and we look at what they're giving, and see how it aligns to our requests. So we always look at a number of consultants. So there's never one picking. We always have a variety, at least 3 that we look at. And the thing is, typically the budget's set, and then we work within that budget that the board gives us.
Okay. Does that help, Dorina? Or were you looking for more specifics, or is that?
That's okay. It's okay. It's just fine. I never saw a comparison. It was just this company was presented to all of us, and then we're taking their credits and their courses, and then I see that we're paying how much we're paying. So, yeah.
Okay. Yep, Faisal, you wanted to address? Yep.
Yeah, so through governance, Dorina, the board sets the budget and the requirements, and then the staff go and execute that wish. So typically, proposals for consultants are not brought to the board level. They're done at the administration level. So you're only going to see the consultant once it's picked. Once you set out that you need certain requirements, for instance, facilitation requirements or things like that, we bring a consultant on, and if there's feedback, we'll take it when we do those surveys. If something wasn't right, they missed the mark. But the decision, governance-wise, the decision is the board sets the requirements, the board sets the budget, and the administration seeks out the consultants to fill it.
Okay. Thanks, Faisal, for that clarity. And Murray, I see your hand is up as well.
Yes, this is just a request that going back to 5.1, the link, please have that corrected on the archive document. So
absolutely,
we have. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments on the 2021 budget? Any other specific line items for FISA to address? Okay, I'm not seeing. Oh, Michael, go ahead, Michael.
Hey, I'm just, is there a way to go salary, a line of salary on the budget itself?
Sorry, can you say that again, Mike? Is there any way to?
Some, just to go to the line that indicates salary on the budget.
Here you are, Mike.
Okay, I just got to get rid of my little hands up thing here. I'm just wondering on the salary of a RO that may be employed with us. And I had a discussion with one of our opticians, and I was shocked, or I think that in the salary of a RO that's employed with the college, as long as they keep their QA portfolio to date, that we should be waiving their fee as an employee. Now, I don't know if it's something that we've entertained in the past, but I don't know, Faisal, how I would bring that forward so that.
Yeah, you know, we don't get into sort of, we'd have to go into camera if you wanted to start talking about individual staff members and benefits and things.
Okay. I'd like to bring it forward in the future. How would I do that? I'll just talk to you later.
Just contact me, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay. Henry, I'm seeing your hand. Yep.
Yeah, the sound with Faisal is still not very good. It
yeah,
keeps fading.
You know what? I'm going to actually, I don't know if it's the internet here, so I'm actually going to go tether off my phone.
Yeah, I think it might be because it's the same with the headset versus non. So
yeah. So in 2 seconds, I'll be tethering off my phone, and I think it'll improve.
Okay, so if there's no other questions about the budget, I will pass to Brian for an approval, a motion to approve the 2021 draft budget.
Thanks, Sarah. So in the interest of time, we're slipping a little bit, so we'll just get this going. So the motion is in front of you that the board approve the 2021 draft budget as presented or as amended. So I need a mover.
Steve.
Steve, seconder. Henry, all in favor? We're good to go on that one.
Yeah, all in favor. Okay, super. So we're going to move on to the appointment of the auditor, and I'm going to pass it to Fiza Azad again to present the briefing note on this.
All right, thank you, Sarah. So we would like to propose the appointment of the auditor for the 2021 fiscal year. I'd just like to give a little bit of background here. So as set out by our bylaws, the board is responsible for appointment of the auditor for the following year. For 2020, Graywell Guyot was the college's auditors. Prior to 2020, Peter Sevitt from Sevitt and Associates functioned as the college's auditor from 2002. And in 2019, Peter Sevitt's firm merged with Graywell Guyot. So Graywell Guyot was our auditor for 2020, and a point that we'd like to also present to the board that from our DEI considerations is that the committee did not identify any concerns with the current auditor that will preclude the board's commitment to promoting diversity, equity, and inclusion in its practices. I'd like to pass that off to Brian.
Thank you, Fiza. Sarah, I think I'll ask for a motion if there's no questions on this.
Yeah, any questions before we move to a motion to approve the auditor? I'm not seeing any, so Brian, you can go ahead.
Thanks, Sarah. So
Murray, sorry, was that a question or? Oh, and you're just muted.
Sorry, I was just a little quick on passing or making the motion.
Oh, okay.
You want to get your name in there today, eh, Murray? Okay. All right. Well, listen, saying that, I'll just review the motion. Then Murray's got the first hand up. So the motion will read that the board approve Gruel Guyot as the auditor for the 2021 fiscal year. Murray's motioned it. I need a seconder, please.
I'll second it.
That's Edward seconded. All in favor?
Looks like consensus. Perfect. So I'm going to leave it with you, Brian, as the chair of clinical practice, to take us through the next section.
Thank you very much, Sarah. So we're now on 6.0 standards of practice delegation. I have a briefing note that I'm going to discuss quickly with you. The clinical practice committee was tasked with this and has reviewed it very extensively. Some of the feedback I'll present to you is that stakeholders were invited to participate in an anonymous survey regarding the proposed delegation standard practice and practice guidelines. There was a total of 338 responses received. So the overall response was quite positive. It was over 75%. And most respondents were agreeing with the individual sections providing clarity and guidance. In addition, we asked the members of the Citizen Advisory Group, and I will explain to you who they are in a minute, who had also indicated that they had used previous opticianry services, were invited to participate in this survey. Their overall response from the group was positive, with a 96% rate of agreeing with the proposed standards of guidelines that were in the public interest, and the majority agreeing that the various sections provided sufficient clarity and guidance. Getting back to what the Citizens Advisory Group, or CAG, is, it's made up of patients and caregivers from across Ontario, I should say, who provide essential feedback to 18 regulatory colleges on topics such as professional rules, standards of practice, policies, strategic priorities, communications directed at the public. So their input is vital, I think, as far as this particular survey goes, and it was very, very clear and helpful with what they were saying. In addition to that, the draft was also shared with the College of Optometry. They had indicated that they were not in a position to provide formal feedback, but they did express general support for the developing and articulating the standards that we are consistent in our language, and that recognize that opticians and optometrists are increasingly working together in a shared practice environment. Additional feedback, we did receive additional feedback from the Ontario Opticians Association after the committee met. They expressed that the draft provided clear information on areas such as criteria for delegation and receiving delegation or assignment pre-testing. So the association noted that it maintains the positive or position that refraction must be performed under the direct supervision of an optometrist or physician while in the context of the comprehensive eye exam. Changes, some of the additions of section 1.9, which state that the optician that holds refracting designation is by the college shall not delegate the performance of refraction to another registered optician or individual. And revisions to section 2.3 to provide additional clarity on the criteria for ROs to follow with respect to refraction in the context of delegation and assignment. Some of the committee also identified several opportunities to provide ROs with further education. The distinction between delegation and remote practice was primary. Informed consent and adherence to the existing standards of guidelines under section 6, patient relations. The prohibition against dispensing while under suspension, which should not be happening anyway. Pre-testing and working in a collaborative environment. So those are some of the highlights of this particular document. One other aspect is that the question could be, well, how will the college provide further education on these subjects? Well, we will do that through further CE update events, Menti questions, frequently asked questions, and social media posts. I will welcome any questions with the help of Amy if I get stumped on any of them, and I would ask for any questions if there is any.
Okay. Questions for Brian or Amy? Okay.
Actually, I did
Yeah,
have
go ahead,
one.
Murray.
One quick question. The informed consent, is that in writing in the patient's file, or how is this evidenced in the patient's file?
Amy, do you want to touch that?
Sure, thanks, Brian. So informed consent, there are different requirements based on the kind of question that you're asking a patient. So this is actually addressed in an existing standard under standard 6 of the existing standards of practice that deals with patient relations. There's some guidelines on informed consent in the general sense. And it goes into a bit more detail about how consent can either be explicit or implied. Sometimes it's prudent to get it in writing, but sometimes it's sufficient to get verbal confirmation, and that there are recommendations about making notations in the patient file. So it often really does depend, and opticians need to use their judgment about what exactly they're seeking consent on in the circumstance and respond accordingly. So what we've noted in the draft guideline for this particular standard is that we are recommending in the guidelines here an actual notation in the patient file, because this is really a matter of, not only protecting the patient, but also doing it in a way that the optician can look back at their file and for their own purposes, be able to verify that and to be able to trace who assisted them and that the patient understood what the circumstances were.
Thanks for that clarity, Amy. Are there any other questions? Okay. There don't appear to be any, so it doesn't look like you will get stumped, Brian.
I think Henry's got one.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Henry.
It's not a question. It's just a passing comment. As a relatively new member, I read this thing a couple of times, and it was super informative. And I think based on, Brian, your comments about, the committee doing the kind of work that they do, as a board member, there's a big element of just plain, look, you've got good people going and looking at this stuff. And I'm, based on my reading, I'm going, hey, I thought it was an excellent document.
Thanks, Henry. I think that the word common sense comes out of everything as far as that goes. And I think you've highlighted on that. I think Fazelle, Sarah's.
That's right, Fazelle. Yeah, go ahead.
Hopefully you're able to hear me okay?
Yeah,
okay.
It seems okay right now.
Perfect. So I just wanted to reiterate on Henry's comment. Henry, that's exactly the aim that we're trying to do here with our governance model. The committees are the expert group. They do the environmental scan. They do all the fleshing out, and they bring it to the board for that very high level look, as opposed to wordsmithing and picking apart and turning it into a committee meeting on a big level. So that is exactly the aim of these briefing notes, is to put the board at ease, that we've had professional eyes look at it, hash it out, have all those hard conversations. So that's really nice to hear that the briefing note achieves that.
Great. Omar, an additional comment?
Yeah. I have been on the ICRC for over 6 years now. And what I took note of is that I find that opticians, they're struggling during our ICRC review of cases and deliberation, that most opticians are struggling to meet the high standards of practice, to maintain that highest level of professional care. I don't know what else, in addition to what has already been done, how else can we as a college, as a board, can perhaps enrich the process or the way forward in ensuring a more concrete understanding of the standard of practice acts.
Brian, did you have your hand up to address?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment with what Omar's suggestion was. Omar, I think that the secret to everything is education. And I think that, as I'd said in my comments, we are, both Fazelle and I, make it a point at our presentations to ask questions that, not necessarily trying to trick the membership, but good questions that we may think there are some weak areas in. And you're absolutely right. I think that there is a struggle sometimes with certain members, but I think that the best way that the college can approach that is through CE events, asking those kind of off the cuff questions that they may have some issues with. And you know what, gaining feedback from the ICRC by identifying some of the common things that you and that committee see would be helpful for us when we're making those presentations to kind of ask those questions.
Faisal?
Yeah, and in follow-up to Brian's comment, exactly when we're putting these presentations together, I usually before each session check in with Daniel and the complaints in the conduct department, and we check for trends on what type of complaints are coming in. I also check with staff to see what type of calls are coming in to see if there's a trend in the practice advice questions. And then we formulate practice advice in the presentations based on that input.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. I see Peggy's hand before we move forward. Go ahead, Peggy.
I'm wondering, excuse me, as part of the process of becoming registered, sorry, excuse me, do the potential registrants have to take an ethics course or pass an ethics exam?
So is a question for clarity, perhaps, Faisal? Yep, go ahead.
And it's an interesting question, Peggy, as far as a requirement for us, but the schools, as part of our competencies, the competencies speak to ethics, standards of practice, all of these things. So it's built into the educational programs. But as far as an entry to practice requirement, the registration exam covers a myriad of competencies. So that should factor in jurisprudence and practice. Jurisprudence and ethics should appear on the exam, on the written exam. But as far as the college administering its own jurisprudence, we sort of have been doing that post as far as a reinforcement goes. We have a jurisprudence manual that we build a chapter on every year. And we have an accredited value for it so that registrants are rewarded for doing it. But we haven't made it sort of mandatory. I know some professions do have a jurisprudence entry portion. We don't.
Okay, thank you. Should we?
Okay. Sorry, Peggy, was that could we?
I said, should we?
Should we? Faisal, would that be a question for you? Yeah.
You know, we could take it back to the registration committee and have them look at it at one of their committee meetings as far as the registration exam and what that could look like, whether it's solidifying a section in the registration exam that specifically always speaks to that or a different module. So we could take that back to registration.
I just say it as if we're having a problem and we're seeing a problem and we're seeing an increase in problems in that area, then maybe there does need to be a tweak to the process from what was working years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so a note to take that back. Any other questions or comments? I don't think, Faisal, that stops us from approving the updated to the delegation standard of practice at this time to take that one piece back.
Absolutely.
Okay, super. So why don't we go ahead and test for agreement then with folks and their comfort in approving the proposed standard of practice. So again, 4 or 5 means you feel comfortable, and anything other than that means you have a question or something that needs to change. And Netta, I just can't see yours. If you don't mind holding it up high. There you go. Perfect. Thank you. Okay, that looks good. So Brian, I'll pass to you for a motion.
Thanks very much, Sarah. Just before I pass that motion, Peggy Judge, I'm just going to suggest to you that when you have your head the right way, it looks like you have a headlamp on. It's the sun coming in from behind you, that's all.
It's a halo.
It's a halo, that's it. I should have said that right off the bat.
I told you she was in a church.
I apologize for that. I've got the sun coming in behind me, which, like I said, wasn't happening in the winter. And I just realized as I was talking, you probably can't actually see.
And Mike did say you looked like you were in a church, so there you go.
Oh, goodness. I'm feeling a little too much pressure now, actually.
All right, I'll ask for that motion then. If we could have a motion to approve the proposed standard of practice and practice guidelines standard 10, please. Ed is up Henry is second. All in favor?
That's
Passed.
consensus. Perfect. Okay, so we're going to call on the chair of the registration, Derek Summers, to take us through the life member designation now. Go ahead, Derek.
Hi there, everybody. And I'll go through, first thing we've got for registration is the life member designation. So the registrant we're bringing to you today, Ms. Charlebois, permanently retired from the practice of opticianry. Her combined years of registration and years of age exceed the minimum requirement of 85. Ms. Charlebois was nominated for life membership, and that's what registration would like to propose and see that come through. And
okay, so we're going to seek a motion on that. I'll just give a reminder. Certainly you can ask questions for clarification, but if we get into specifics, we'll have to go in camera. Ingrid?
I'll make the motion.
Okay.
I'll second it.
We'll go ahead and have Brian maybe read the motion.
Yeah, I'll read the motion.
We have an eager group here today, Brian.
That's right. Maybe they're hungry. I'm not sure. So I'll call for that motion to grant a life membership status to Denise Charlebois. Ingrid made the motion. Sorry, was it Samir? Did you make the second one?
Samir seconded it.
Okay, very good. All in favor? Passed.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
So Derek, will pass it back to you.
Hi again. So we're talking on behalf of quality assurance at this point. So I'm just going to, you've got a briefing note in front of you, and I'm just going to summarize things a little bit here for us. And you all just moved, so I'm just going to put you back so I can actually see your faces again. There we go. At its meeting July 27th, the Board of Directors approved updates to the accreditation policy that introduced a more rigorous review of the course content to ensure it is evidence-based, that the creator of the material relied on objective, neutral, and reliable sources, and that the primary purpose of the activity would be the advancement of the professional competency and scientific knowledge rather than being for the purpose of endorsing a specific product or brand. The policy became effective after September 1st, 2020. Since then, the college has received feedback from both registrants and continuing education providers regarding accrediting continuing education activities that contained branding or product information. Both suggested that product knowledge should be a priority for opticians as it speaks directly to what they do and instills confidence for their patients. Product knowledge is also part of the core competencies that opticians are required to have in order to become registered. The Quality Assurance Committee agreed that there is a need for opticians to maintain a level of knowledge about products, and that as long as the activity was technical in nature and aimed at educating opticians about product design and use rather than price and competitive advantage, it could be considered for accreditation. The committee also agreed that the policy effectively set out the criteria which would ensure that the content was neutral, reliable, and objective, and would address any content that was essentially a commercial for a specific product or brand. The committee reviewed the definitions for the eyeglass contact lens and eyeglass contact lens refracting categories and recommends removing the line, products in this category would not be product specific. Would not be product specific from all three categories, as the existing criteria in the policy would already ensure that the material is presented based on neutral and reliable sources. So we're looking for a motion to approve the proposed updates to the accreditation policy.
Any questions or comments on these updates before we move forward with a motion?
I see no hands at all.
I see no hands, so I think we're okay. We'll just test for agreement before we move forward with a motion that folks feel comfortable moving forward with these updates. Show of hands, again, 4 or 5, meaning that you feel comfortable moving forward. And that looks like everyone. So you can go ahead, Brian.
Thanks very much, Sarah. So I'm going to call for the motion to approve the proposed updates to the accreditation policy.
I can make the motion. It's Ingrid.
Ingrid makes the motion.
I'll second it.
Ed seconds it. All in favor? Unanimous, passed.
That looks good.
Thank you very, very much. And I will sign off and watch you guys on YouTube.
Thank you, Derek. So with that, we're going to move on to the monitoring reports, and I'm going to pass that to Fazal Khan, the registrar.
Okay, I'm just going to pull my notes up. Okay, perfect. So you've got in front of you two monitoring reports that are up for the board's perusal and input. So this is a new approach that we've been taking since we moved to governance policy governance, I should say. Essentially what happens is the board has sets out certain policies. This one, for instance, speaks to reserves and sets out some policy requirements, which are in your left-hand column, that talk to sort of high levels of what is the board looking for. And then on the right-hand side is sort of the interpretation or evidence of what the administration, particularly you could say the registrar, deems is an interpretation of what that requirement looks like and how it's being fulfilled. So it's essentially a report that's in front of you. Various reports will come to you throughout the year. And it's basically a check-in point for the registrar to say, hey, board, you set this policy up. Are we fulfilling it? Are we meeting it based on the criteria that you've put forward? So we've got all of this written here on the right-hand side. I can speak to it if there's any questions, but essentially there's our interpretation and it's in front of you as a check-in point.
Okay, so I'm going to open the floor to feedback. Again, just a reminder, as you're forming any feedback, we're really looking for that feedback to be on the interpretation rather than the policies themselves. Are there questions, comments, feedback on the interpretation? See Murray. Go ahead, Murray.
Yes, I'm referring to this policy in reference to the approved budget where we had a $800,000 deficit. Is this the reserve that $800,000 would be satisfied from?
So the general reserves, which is showing $3,400,000, it would come out of there. So we have various pockets. The discretionary reserve, for instance, we pocket money into, we take that reserve when we further chop it down into different areas. For instance, we typically put some money in towards premises so that when a lease renews or things like that, we've got money built up over time on that. So to your question, Murray, yes, it would come out of that pot.
Okay.
Thanks for that clarity. Any other feedback on the process? Any steps taken or not taken that you're not comfortable with? Okay, I'm not seeing anything. So I think we can move on then to 9.2, the investment policy report, and I'll pass it back to Fazal. Okay.
I'll just pull that up on my screen. So again, this is one of the numerous policies that the board has put in place. 2.06, the monitoring report for how we look at investments. So essentially, again, on the left side, it talks about investment management. And on the right side, it talks about how the college or the admin or the registrar is going about fulfilling that. So on a very high level, I know that I think, Amy, it's governance that's looking at the policy once again in this in 2021 as far as reviewing this policy. But so Amy, is that correct?
That's right. Yes, it will be reviewed for the content of the policy this coming year. So this is looking at the existing policy and the interpretation and achievement of it.
Right. So based on the existing policy, you've got in front of you our interpretation of it. On a very high level, the investing philosophy that we've kept is fairly conservative. The board has never set out that we're looking to make money on reserves, and the primary approach has been to preserve capital, have it available as we need it for operations and anything else that comes up. So we've always been doing short-term GICs, and we've been doing GICs sort of with the big banks that are CDIC insured, so that we're never at risk of exposing our capital. So they're not high returns. We look at it as it's risk versus reward. The big thing is preservation of capital. So we haven't put anything into anything that could risk the actual initial capital. And so conversely, the yields are pretty modest. And typically, we work with finance and we look at what we get our money all at the beginning of the year with renewals coming in December. So we have our budget or our revenues for the most part in by January. And what we do is we look at what's in the account, what are the expenses that are coming up over the course of the year, and we sort of ladder the GIC so that they mature as we need funds. So pretty safe approach. And until we're directed otherwise, our approach has always been to regulate at a cost recovery, and certainly not to make reserves an investment opportunity.
Comments and feedback around this approach and this interpretation. I see Jarina has her hand up. Go ahead, Jarina.
Hi, I'm not sure if you hear me.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so in the current picture of financial situation with interest rates, what happens if all our investments are with a negative rate or a very low rate? How is this impacting us? I understand you're very conservative and yields are not really important, but what happens if actually the reserve funds actually loses value?
So, Dorina, we will never be in a negative situation because our investments are not in funds that can, our money is in GICs. So it's a guaranteed positive return, might be modest, but it'll never be negative. So we never expose the college reserves and the registrant reserves to any sort of financial turbulence.
Thanks.
Okay, and I see Diana's hand is raised. Go ahead, Diana. Oh, and she might be having a challenge here. So Diana said, my question is CDIC coverage is 100,000 per institution, and do they insure less than 100,000 per institution?
I think they insure up to 100,000, and therefore our increments of GICs are all max 100,000. So we always put them into CDIC insured. I never want to have anything with a small institution that doesn't guarantee our funds. So we are managing tons of little GICs throughout the year, but it's safer than exposing the college to risk.
Okay. Any other feedback or comments on the registrar's interpretation on this one?
I think Diana will call. Diana tries to call.
Is Diana messaging possibly?
Yeah, so that was Diana's question. Did she? So Diana, maybe you can message me if you have a follow-up to that, or if that didn't answer your question.
But it was a good question for the board to know about CDIC insurance, because that is a guiding principle when we're looking at investments.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. And so with that, I think we can continue to move forward. So we're going to now move on to the honoraria policy updates, and I'm going to ask Fiza Azad to rejoin us, who's the Accounting and Human Resources Specialist, to take us through this piece.
All right, thank you, Sarah. So this is the item 10.0 is updates to the honoraria policy. And this purpose of this note here is to consider whether to amend the honoraria policy to account for expenses incurred during full-day virtual meetings. This came about as we considered that previously for in-person meetings, the college would provide a meal to attendees. And as due to COVID, we've moved to virtual meetings, we are providing this option, looking to provide this option for members to expense their lunches for full day meetings. This matter was brought before the executive committee at their meeting on November 23rd, 2020. And while they felt that board members should be able to claim lunch expenses for a full day virtual meeting, they felt that a limit on the amount claimed should be established. The executive felt that this issue and a review of the honoraria policy to examine if there were any further adjustments required should be assigned to an honoraria committee. And I'll pass that off, I guess, to Brian then.
Oh, Fazal, did you?
Yeah, Fazal, go ahead.
Sure. It was just basically a quick recap that exactly as Fazal said, that at the finance level, we've gotten a few inquiries whether board members can expense their lunches on all-day committee meetings or all-day board meetings. Typically, when you came into town and you went into the restaurant and things, you grabbed a meal and submitted it on your expense report within our policy. So the question that was asked of us is whether it be a two-day meeting with a gap in the middle, whether there's a dinner expense or lunch for an all-day committee meeting or board meeting, can that be claimed? So it's a bit of a new area as we've gone virtual. And so we brought that to finance to just get some guidance from them as to how they feel. There was more discussion on, is there anything else that has to be also looked at while we're sort of working in a remote, fully remote setting. And so in front of you is this briefing note as to whether we deal with this one-off or do you want to kick it back to an honorarium or finance committee?
Okay, and so I do see a couple of questions, but let's start with that part of the discussion around, a one-off, or does it get kicked back to a committee? So Murray and then Henry, did I see you raise your hand? Okay, so we'll do Murray and then Henry. Murray?
My part of the conversation is not related to whether it should go back to finance, but as a personal opinion, I don't think this is required. We're in our home jurisdiction. We're not traveling, so it would just be a normal day as far as meal expenses are concerned.
Okay, so some perspective there. Henry, did you have something to add?
Exactly the same thing. I don't see any need for it. I'm home. I can eat here. I mean, it's a totally different story when we're in town.
Okay, I see Ingrid's hand. Ingrid?
I probably am responsible for bringing this forward, so I just thought I'd let you know where the mindset is from. That I understand that there are lots of talk about the virtual world and people expensing other things, for instance, electricity, internet, having to upgrade, and so on. So I thought if we were to continue in a virtual world, there may be the option of people wanting to remain virtual and not traveling into Toronto, that this is just something that we should consider. And the executives seem to agree with me that it might be time to put some virtual component in our expense, whether we go through with expensing a lunch or not. I don't know, but I would just think that there's room for more conversation on virtual expenses.
Okay, so thanks for that background context, Ingrid. I think that helps provide a bit of insight into this piece. Michael, did you have something to add?
I agree with public members. I don't think we are at home and that there's any need for the college to pay for my lunch. But however, if I can put my wife on a lunch menu for reimbursement, we can do that. Thanks anyway.
And I see Peggy's hand.
I guess I tend to be agreeing with we're already feeding ourselves, although I do like the idea of I can hire somebody to make my lunch for me. I really feel that there may be some legitimate additional expenses. And I think that's what we're talking about when you travel and your travel expenses are covered in a meal in a restaurant. That isn't what you would normally be doing. And that's the basis of being able to expense something like a lunch. Now we may be into a situation where for some people, they need to upgrade their technology. They have maybe additional electricity costs. They may need to upgrade their internet. And we see that with people having trouble with their internet, which may mean they need to go to a more expensive package. Whether that becomes an individual item by item thing, or we just all get a little bit of budget to cover those things. In my case, maybe something to cover the sun behind my head. Anyway, those are my thoughts on that.
Thanks, Peggy. So some good dialogue here, I think, in terms of preference. I guess one of the things I'd love to hear from folks is in terms of process, do we see this as being kind of a one-off situation that should go back to finance to review, or is this a broader conversation that should have its own, honoraria committee, for instance? Thoughts around process? Henry?
Yeah, I'm a little befuddled by this. To be honest with you, I guess I was probably so naive that when this whole thing started, I didn't even know there was an honorarium involved. I thought it was a volunteer thing to do to help the community and help people in Ontario, what have you. So I'm of the opinion that if you're dealing with money for electronics, hey, if you can't afford to do it or whatever, then you'll have to look at alternatives. But to me, I'm looking at trying to save money, and I'm home eating, and it's my computer. If I need to upgrade, that's my problem. Anyway, so well, I think you know where I'm coming from.
Okay, thanks, Henry. Brian, I saw you had your hand up.
Yeah, perhaps introducing the meal allowance might have been a poor example than perhaps upgrading technology. I guess the question here is, do we have a consensus around the table that there is enough curiosity with the council members to further go into this, or at least have a comparison with what other institutions are doing? Look, bearing in mind that, and Fazelle had mentioned this, we may have options in 6 months also of being able to attend in person if he or she wishes to do so. So, it's a fluid type of investigation, but I guess the question here is there an appetite for either the finance committee or a ad hoc committee to delve into this further? We're getting a lot of comments across the board, favor and not. So I'm just trying to bring it to a head. Do we have enough consensus that we go to this further, or do we kill it right now?
Okay, and I see Jarina has her hand up, but maybe I'll just let Amy weigh in first, and then we'll go to Jarina.
Sorry, and I apologize. I'm not able to use the virtual raise hand function, so thanks for noticing. I just wanted to note, just in case this impacts on anyone's discussion, our honoraria policy only applies to professional members. We don't have the authority under the legislation to provide an honorarium to public members. So I just wanted to make sure that that was understood. So I'll turn it back over to Sarah.
Okay, thanks, Amy, for that clarity. Jarina, did you have a point to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that most of us are in agreement with you, Henry, and you, Mike, and everybody else. It was just a topic raised up, and then the benefit of this conversation is that it exists. It wasn't really much else.
Thanks, Trina. So reinforcing that the importance of having the conversation. I have a note here from Diana saying, I think it should go ahead, a stipend or equipment to be provided like headphone, camera, lighting. So some of those other elements that may be essential to get yourself up and running. Fuzzle, yep, go ahead.
Yeah, and typically you know, we've been sort of proactively providing equipment as needed, such as the headsets and things like that. So happy to entertain like a reasonable request, you know, at the board office to make sure that our board members are equipped. We did a big campaign on that last February, actually, which was perfect timing, just pre-pandemic, doing all the Zoom training and all the headsets and all that. So when we switched to virtual, the college didn't skip a beat. All our board members were ready to rock with equipment and things. So, you know, we will definitely take requests for that. And as long as it's reasonable, that you're not looking for studio equipment, like a YouTube star, we could probably help you out.
Okay, thanks for that, Fuzzle. Steve.
Yeah, Sarah, I just wanted to say, because our this is going to go on for a while. Our Prime Minister has indicated that it'll be at least September of 2021 before most Canadians are even vaccinated against this. So this is going on for another 9 months, even up to a year, that you could have virtual meetings all the time.
Okay, thanks for that clarity. Omar?
Yeah, my only comment on this is that I do allude to the fact that from a personal standpoint, zooming from home, you will definitely encounter some technical difficulties, you know, with internet in particular, and as such, the need would necessitate the urgency for upgrading to a better package. And that upgrading, obviously, you will entail a personal expense coming out from your pocket. And to be fair, to be reasonable, there should be some consideration towards offsetting that cost. So in light of this, I do have an appetite, a very palatable appetite, so to speak, to continue this discussion. I do hope and wish and pray that the day will come again very soon, perhaps, when we'll have the opportunity to enjoy the wonderful ambience at the college settings, whereby the college would normally facilitate a sumptuous lunch for us, for board members. I missed that, and I truly enjoy it, and hoping that it will perhaps happen soon. So my appetite for discussion continues.
Okay. Pun intended, I'm assuming, Omar.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So I see a few speakers coming on to the list here. And then once we have a chance to hear from a few folks, I think it does sound like there is varying conversation on this topic. So maybe we'll hear from a few more folks, and then we'll look at what are the next steps here? How do we either move this discussion forward through committee or not? So I see Brian, and then I will move to Fuzzle and then Peggy. Go ahead, Brian.
Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, I guess it comes back down to the question of what Amy brought up, though. I sense that there could almost be a perceived unfairness if certain members of the board are able to access funds or upgrading or whatever, and the public members are not. So I just want clarification on that. And maybe, again, I'm speaking in the fact that we should have a committee strike this so that we can flush this out. I don't think this is the day or the time to discuss this forever and ever and ever. I think we've got a lot of other things on the plate, but I think that we should hone this down to a discussion of whether or not we want this to go forward, and if so, strike a committee to make sure that it is fair for everyone on board.
Yeah. Brian, were you asking for clarity from Amy now, or would that be within the committee if one struck?
Well, again, Amy, maybe you want to clarify on that. Regardless of whether a committee is struck or not, is it still going to be inherently unfair that the public members are not going to have this benefit and that the elected members are? That was my question.
So it sounds, I think there's relative clarity on sort of the distinction here. Perhaps this is something that the committee can look at and come back with some recommendations, having that in mind, if there's that appetite that it sounds like there might be. That would be my suggestion at this point.
Okay. Thanks, Amy. Okay, so we'll hear from Fuzzle and then Peggy, and then we'll move to some consensus gathering around next steps.
So Amy, just a follow-up to that statement. I think what Brian was trying to reiterate was anything, if it does go back to committee and we do any modifications to the honorarium policy as far as reimbursement for any portion of internet or things like that, that would only impact the optician members on the board.
Yes, that's right. Unfortunately, our hands are tied because the legislation requires that public members receive all support and financial compensation directly from the ministry.
Okay. And then I think just the one last thing, Sarah, was I was just going to point out that I think, the college can't give financial advice or legal advice to the board unless it's for the college purposes, of course. But I would check with your accountants. There are Revenue Canada is talking about up to $400 tax deductions for home office use because of the fact that everybody is working from home these days. So just something for everyone to check in with their own accountants when they're doing their taxes for this year, because I think you could definitely qualify for the amount of work you're doing from home.
It's a great point. So in addition to whatever happens here, there may be other financial means via the government incentives. Okay, let's hear from Peggy as the last comment, and then we'll move forward.
My thought on the public versus the elected members or the appointed members is it's almost like who's going to make a move to do, I want to call it the right thing in terms of your technology and your internet package. It's just different players that need to be approached to consider it. And I would think that the ministry is not dealing just with the opticians, but with all of their other public appointees potentially having this problem. And I guess I think helping people out with whatever their internet package is going to cost is probably cheaper than people actually traveling and paying for that. So if you were to look at what the overall budget would be, probably people staying home, but having better internet is cheaper than a flight someplace. And that, I think the internet issue is a big deal. So I happen to be fortunate enough to be in Toronto, which means I have good upload and download speeds. And I've had teenagers in the house, so I have unlimited data because I couldn't take the stress of what they were using. But lots of people would not be in that situation. And it depends how much you spend, like spending time on the phone with the cable companies or the internet providers, but I don't know what the cost might double for people, and they have to have that every month. It's not a turn it on, turn it off thing.
Okay, thanks, Peggy. So it sounds like there's some good discussion, some potential fine-tuning, further investigation. What I'd like to do is throw to the group maybe a consensus vote as to whether we think this should be taken away to a committee to examine further. Can I see a show of hands? And Diana, if you can just write a number into the chat for me, that way we're making sure we capture you as well. Okay, just quickly having a look here. I see all fours. Okay. So that looks good. I guess the follow-up to that is this something that the current finance committee would take on, or is this something where an ad hoc committee that might specifically look at honorariums might take on? So maybe let's do a consensus as to whether this should go back to finance. So a 4 or 5 if you think finance, and then something below if you think it should be a separate. Okay, I'm noting yours, Ingrid. Ingrid, you had a 3. Did you want to expand on that note?
I can go either way, but I'd prefer it to go to a different committee.
Okay.
Suggestions, Ingrid? Sorry.
We've gone both ways. I think we've had finance take care of the honorarium policy at one time. And then I think we had a subcommittee at one time, a few years, maybe prior to that. No, I don't have a suggestion. It would be, a group of 3 people maybe, or 5. We have to have uneven, I would assume. Public member support,
Yeah. Okay, that would specifically look at this issue of honorarium. Okay. Any comments or questions with respect to that? Omar?
And if I may just expand on what Ingrid just alluded to, I think when you establish specific ad hoc committees to deal with issues of this nature, when public members submit their claims, we usually experience difficulty it being approved by the ministry. And so in my humble thinking, the less we can stay away from ad hoc committee, it'd be more favorable of the public members when we're submitting our claims. Yeah, that's all I want to add to it.
Okay, thank you, Omar. Any other comments to add? Okay, what I'm going to do is do another vote, Ingrid, because you said you could live with it. Oh, I'm seeing a note from Brian here. Go ahead, Brian.
Sorry, Sarah, you're probably just going to do it in the event of time. I don't want to dwell on this any longer. Either we strike a committee or we just send it back to finance. And I was going to make a motion to just send it back to finance. That's all.
Yep, I was just going to double check. Ingrid had said she could go either way, so it sounded like we had consensus, but I'll just do another check of consensus on moving to the finance committee. And Ingrid, oh, perfect. Okay, so there you go, Brian. You can go ahead with the motion.
Thank you very much.
And maybe we'll look to Amy for some wording
For
there.
some wording, yes, Amy.
Sure, the motion could be to refer the matter of consideration of the honoraria policy to the Finance Committee.
Thanks, Amy. I need a mover. That's Henry.
Omar.
Second. Omar, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Passed.
Go. Okay, so Brian, I'm going to leave that with you as the board chair to take us through 11.0.
Thank you very much. It's 11.0. These are the bylaw amendments, amendments to the article cooling off period. I am going to enlist probably Fazelle or Amy to help me out on this particular thing because it is bylaw and Amy is our resident law guru. So Amy, maybe I could ask you to just give a presentation on that.
Sure. So I think we're going to take these one at a time, if that's okay, Brian,
Yes.
just because they are all on different topics and have slightly different administrative requirements. As some of you are aware, there are certain bylaws that we are required under the legislation to circulate for 60 days before enacting. Some of them, however, can be enacted immediately. However, it is always up to the board if you would like to seek public feedback to circulate any and all bylaws that you believe appropriate. So the first bylaw change that's on the table for you today is, I'm going to be very brief on this. I'm assuming that everyone has had a chance to review the briefing note. This is to add a cooling off period for individuals who may have been employed directly by the college, so a staff person at the college, who may wish to seek nomination for election to the board of directors. At your last meeting, the board approved a similar cooling off period for appointed opticians or individuals, and this would be mirroring that amendment. So that is the amendment for Article 6.3. I'll turn that back over to Brian.
Thanks very much, Amy. Before the motion is passed, is there any questions? I don't see any. All right, here's the motion. To approve the proposed amendments to Article 6.3-1.
I can make the motion.
Ingrid makes the motion. Samir seconds it. All in favor? Passed. Okay, back to you, I think, Amy.
Thanks, Brian. So the next proposed amendment is to the information on the public register, and this is to add additional information about any type of suspension or restriction on a registrant's right to practice so that it's clear to members of the public the date that the suspension began and the date that the suspension ended. You could look back in time and verify whether a registrant was entitled to practice on a particular date and time. Since this is a change to the public register, this does require circulation for 60 days.
Thanks, Amy. Sarah, I'll ask if there's any questions, if you don't mind, and then I can move on to the motion. Any questions at all?
I see Diana has her hand up.
And Mike too.
Go ahead, Diana, or again, you can send me a chat as needed. Maybe we'll move to Mike while we just wait for Diana's comment.
My question is is this retroactive or is it from going forward?
So this would allow us to post the information retroactively.
And Diana, do we have you on the line? I don't see a. Diana had written that was for vote. Oh, I think Diana's is fine. Okay. Any other comments or questions? Doesn't look like it, Brian.
Okay, thanks, Sarah. So the motion will read to approve the proposed amendments to Article 15.6 -7 and proposed the new subsection 32 and 33 for circulation for stakeholder feedback. Do I have a mover?
I shall move, Mike.
Mike moves and Ed seconds. All in favor? Passed.
Aye.
That was
Great,
Anna.
thank you.
We finally heard from her.
Okay.
Back to Amy again, I guess.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brian. So the next is also a proposed change to the public register. So again, this does require circulation for 60 days. So this is just a slight change to the wording for alternate names that are posted to the public register. Currently lists abbreviations and nicknames, and the proposal is to add preferred names for diversity, equity, and inclusion reasons.
Okay. Any questions before we move to motion? It doesn't look like it, Brian.
Okay, Sarah, thank you. So the motion will read to approve the proposed amendments to Article 15.621 for circulation for stakeholder feedback.
I can make the motion. It's
Ingrid makes the motion. Henry has the seconder. All in favor?
Aye.
Passed. There's Diana again. Good to hear you.
Good. Okay, so we'll move on to motion for Schedule A to remove the reference to the CE activity accreditation renewal fee.
Thanks, Sarah. So you've actually given a great summary. That is a very simple amendment here to remove a fee from the schedule that no longer applies to anything that's in the policy, since policy amendments were made in the fall.
Okay, any comments or questions? Okay, I'm not seeing any. Okay, Brian.
Thanks, Sarah. Motion will read to approve the proposed amendments to Schedule A. Mover?
I shall move.
Steve.
Steve.
Ed
Mike.
seconds. All in favor? Passed.
Okay. And so I think what we are going to do is potentially, and Fuzzle, maybe in interests of time, move 12.0 and 13.0 to after lunch. I understand that the executive is having a meeting over lunch break, and so needs a little bit of time to prepare. Does that, Fuzzle, is that right?
What I was going to suggest is item 12.0, the approval of the meeting dates. If we can get that finished quickly, then we can do a hard break at 12.
Okay.
And,
yeah, you want to move forward?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's move forward with that. I'll pass it to Brian to take us through that piece.
Thank you, Sarah. So up on the screen, you're going to have the proposed meeting dates. Again, noting we will continue to meet virtually until further notice. Are there any questions or any concerns on those particular dates? I know it's hard to tell in the future this far ahead, but I'm just curious to know whether there's any comments on this.
Okay, any comments on the dates? Any concerns, Omar?
My comment is that I would recommend we move forward with this because I realize and I can acknowledge that a lot of thoughts and energy and resources have been put into these dates by the executive. So, and in light of that, I commend the executive for being so insightful. That's all.
Thank you, Omar.
I will second that, Omar, if that's a motion.
Excellent. And I don't believe we need a motion on this one, but as long as we don't hear any great dissent, I think we can move forward with those dates. Great. And look at that, 3 minutes early. I think we'll still probably move forward 13.0 after lunch, Fazal.
Yeah, that'll take a bit.
Yeah,
A few minutes. I
we
don't wanna
won't rush
rush
that
it.
through.
Yeah.
So with that, then we will give you an extra 3 minutes for lunch. So
Enjoy.
enjoy it. A couple of reminders. So just make sure you mute yourself, take yourself off of video. Did want to give a reminder that there is the executive committee meeting for 30 minutes during lunch. So I think the suggestion is to grab some quick lunch and take a 15-minute break and then meet back at 12:25. Is it for executive, Fazal?
Yeah, I think we're giving about 15 minutes or so.
15, so about 12:15?
Yeah, to go grab lunch. And there's a separate meeting invite for it. So you'll have to sign out of this meeting and join the Zoom link that was sent to you.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
So otherwise, we will pause the recording and we will join back. You have, I believe, 90 minutes on the agenda. So we're coming back at 1:30.
Yeah.
1:30.
And we
yeah.
will see
Perfect.
everyone then. Enjoy.
Wonderful. Thank
Yeah.
you.
You.
You have a nice lunch, Murray?
I did, thank you.
Oh, good.
Did.
Remind me whereabouts you are in the province?
In Belleville?
Belleville. Oh, nice.
Yeah. It's cold, but no snow, so I'm okay with that.
Yeah, similar to Toronto, I think. But I was up near Orangeville yesterday, and there was quite a bit of snow.
Oh, yeah?
Hi, Amy and Maury. Good to be back again.
Hello, hello.
Hey.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, guys.
Mr. Chair, you're back on time, or before time, rather.
Well, I never want to be accused of being late for a party.
I know.
Amy, quick question. When will we, once we've got the committee slates out of the way, when will each committee be nominating their chair and vice chair?
So we're going to do that after the meeting closes tomorrow around noon.
Okay.
And we're going to sort of refashion the live version where we shuffle you all into separate little boardrooms using breakout rooms.
Okay, fantastic.
So yeah, it might be a little, it'll take a little bit of, time and patience on everyone's part, but
Yeah, a little unconventional, isn't it?
a little bit, but hopefully the technology will work as it's intended, and we'll be able to get it done smoothly.
Perfect, perfect.
Brian, I have a quick question for you, if I may.
You go right ahead.
Looking at the virtual boardroom and all the committees that are listed therein, I do not see the finance committee listed.
So just for clarification, Murray, the finance committee is basically the executive committee. Correct me if I'm wrong, Amy. It's one and all / executive committee. So
that's right. Yeah, Brian. Our executive committee functions as our finance committee.
Yeah, yeah.
And that is in their terms of reference.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Just a few more minutes to go. We are still streaming live. And hopefully we'll get the meeting back going once the timer has reached its 0 hour.
Perfect.
Yeah. But I love the countdown principle. It's good. Yeah.
Good.
It keeps the suspense going.
Mm-hmm.
So what's with your internet?
So am I still feeling sounding garbly?
Kinda.
I think you're sounding great right now.
Really?
Oh, it's better now. It comes in and out though. Sometimes it.
Yeah, right now I'm tethering off my phone because I'm not trusting the office internet, which I'm all by myself in here, so no one's guzzling any bandwidth.
Okay, well, that sounds better there now.
Yeah, okay. Let me know though.
Yep.
Oh yeah, Fazal sounding loud and clear.
Perfect.
Much better. Yeah.
Ed, what are you going to do with all your free time?
What free time? Oh, there's stuff around the house. And keep car searching. That's what I'm going to do. Car search for a nice vintage vehicle.
Oh.
Ed and I spent most of the summer going back and forth on Auto Trader ads.
What era of vintage vehicle are you looking for?
82 to 92 Z28 or Trans Am.
Oh my God.
Couldn't afford one back. Couldn't afford one back then. I had to pay school.
I get it.
And then when I could afford it, it was either that or a down payment on a house.
I like it, Fazal.
No, now it's my turn.
Smokey and the Bandit is on the rise.
You got it. Let's set more Knight Rider.
Exactly.
Ed,
me if you come
Ed,
across
you needed to get a tobacco farmer to adopt you when you were a teenager.
Nah, didn't
They
have
were-
time.
You were
Didn't
the
have
guys
time
that
for
had
that.
Trans Ams.
I couldn't, like I said, had to pay school debt. And then once I did, I saved money to put a down payment on a house and a wedding. So couldn't live in a car.
I can make an argument.
So now it's my turn.
I'm interested in the argument.
You know, it's a very roomy car if you put the back seats down.
Yes, it is.
And open up the hatch.
Exactly.
What 4x4 had it? They had a little tent that popped out of when you opened it up. I forget what it was called.
It was the
It's a G-
Pontiac.
Yeah, it was a GM car. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it was a
Oh,
Pontiac.
Aztec.
Yeah,
Aztec, yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
When I was in university, there were some guys or one guy who had a van and he parked it on the street behind the phys ed center. So that's where he showered and he lived in his vehicle.
Wow.
Sounded like somebody I knew went to school with. He lived in a school bus.
He's a motivational speaker and he lived in a van down by the river.
I'll
He
just
was
keep-
going to say, oh, sorry.
I'll-
Go ahead, Stephen.
I was just going to say, I'll keep my Mustang.
I'll find it. I like the, let's say prior to 71 Mustangs.
Yeah.
As long as you got the money to repair them, boys.
Like found on road dead, fix or repair.
That's
David.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Mhm.
Ford. Get yourself a nice 70 Monte Carlo.
My dad had an 83 SS. It was a good
Beautiful
one.
car.
Great car.
That was my first vehicle, a 70 Monte Carlo. Beauty.
Okay, here we go. I
All
was
right.
waiting for the buzzer, but
You're the
couldn't-
buzzer, Sarah. You're the
I-
buzzer.
I guess, yeah, I'm the buzzer. It's an anticlimactic timer. Well, welcome back, everyone, from some of you probably a more restful lunch than others. I know some of you were working away. Others, it sounds like were dreaming about their next car purchase. So however you spent your lunch, I hope you had an enjoyable one. We're going to hop straight back into things because we do have a full agenda and we need to kick things off with just a couple quick notes. Just a reminder of the norms to have your video on as you can. Diana, just a reminder to keep using me with the chat. I can be your voice if you're having trouble connecting with your video and your audio. And so we will be resuming the recording, which it looks like is on and running. And we're going to kick off the meeting by going back to 13.0 and having Amy take us through the strategic work plan. So I'll pass that off to you, Amy, to take us through that piece.
Thank you, Sarah. So welcome back from lunch, everyone. So this is our opportunity as we come to the close of 2020 to take a look ahead to our plan for 2021 and to make sure that we are lining up the committee and the board's work with the strategic plan that we currently have in place. So many of you have seen this before, but those of you who just joined us this year, this work plan is really a rough sketch to try and plan out the year at this stage and make sure that we're on track to accomplish the goals that the board has set out for itself. And this follows the policy that the board approved I believe in 2018, and that's the board strategic agenda work plan policy. So This is breaking down our year into quarters, as you do have quarterly board meetings. And for each quarter, you're going to see displayed the various matters that are going to be coming forward at your meetings. Now, all of this is somewhat subject to change. You know, if we continually adjust this, it's a living document as the year goes on. And for example, in 2020, it started out looking fairly much like what you're seeing in front of you now. But as a result of the pandemic, we shortened the board meeting in May and added another board meeting in July, and that ended up being reflected in this document. So when we bring this forward at various points in the year, you're going to see us start to color code it based on what has been accomplished, what's in progress, and what remains to accomplish throughout the year. So again, this is, you know, for the purpose of sketching out the year to make sure that we're keeping on track. And one thing just to draw your attention to is that in the final two columns for external monitoring and training and development, these columns are somewhat in progress. We are continually scanning the environment and getting feedback from this group about either external speakers that we might want to bring in and address the board about things that are going on in the regulatory world that will impact the board and the decisions that you're making, and also other training opportunities for board members. So we've proposed a number of training to take place earlier in the year, and you'll see as you go through the later quarters on this agenda that there are some TBDs as we you know, get our feedback from the group and fill up your roster with some other training opportunities. So that's really what I wanted to say in general about this work plan, and I will turn it over to the group and back to Sarah to get some feedback.
Yeah, so any questions or feedback from the group on the strategic work plan? Edward, did you have a comment?
No, looks good.
Other thoughts, comments before we move?
Yeah, Tamar, just a comment. This is what Amy just explained there. This is a clear desire to reflect that that there's a wonderful opportunity to enhance new council members and ongoing council members orientation. So it's a bright and it's a bright future ahead, I think.
Okay, thank you, Omar. So any other feedback or comments? And just a reminder that you can use your raise hand button unless you're Fuzzle. So go ahead, Fuzzle.
You know, I'll wait for Samir, and then if you don't mind, I'll go after him.
Sure. Yep. Go ahead, Samir.
Thank you. I just wanted to this is my first year actually being on a board. I personally think this was actually very well drafted, and throughout the year, it was actually very well presented. Team Fuzzle and team, definitely kudos goes to them preparing and setting this platform for everybody, which is great, definitely. Thank you, Fuzzle, for that.
Thank you, Samir. You know, I think also kudos goes to the board for adopting the policy governance to have documents like this. It gives an opportunity for us to map it out. I'm a visual person, so I like these type of tables to see what the year is going to look like ahead of time, and when are we going to be talking about things. So this is where it's great for your eyes to be on it to make sure your wish list is covered. The other thing is also at the end of the year, we're going to be administering the council evaluation, the annual council evaluation. In that, we get a lot of feedback from the board as to areas that they'd like to see some development or anything like that. And so any of these TBDs that you see in the chart, we'll fill it in with your input from your survey. So that's why those surveys are so important at the end of the year that you fill out each year. So that'll be coming your way soon. So thank you.
Great. Any other comments? Okay. So I don't see any. So with that, I'm going to pass it off to our board chair, Brian Todd, who's going to take us through the approval of the committee slate.
Thanks very much, Sarah. Okay, so this is for 14.0, approval of the committee slates. Now, does everybody or has everybody got a copy of this? Oh, you're going to bring it up, Carolyn? Okay, fantastic.
Read it.
So Before you is the breakdown of the committee slates. Amy can jump in anytime she wishes to explain a few things here too. I think that the main theme though is to always remember, and then some of us have been through this quite a number of times, there's a great attempt to try and put people in the requested slots. Sometimes that works and sometimes it doesn't. So it's trying to fit a puzzle together and put the appropriate people on certain committees. There are also conflict of interests, and Amy, maybe I'll get you to jump in on that part for an explanation on that.
Sure, Brian, thank you. So there are, those of you that have now had experience on various committees will know that there is some interaction between the work that you do. And what we're trying to think about when we put the committees together is avoiding potential conflicts. So for example, the biggest ones arise between ICRC and several other committees. There can be conflicts between ICRC and the Quality Assurance Committee because things that are referred by Quality Assurance might go on to ICRC for its consideration. So we wouldn't want the same people on both ends of that consideration. Similarly, there could be potential conflicts between ICRC and Patient Relations because Patient Relations is the committee that considers applications for funding for therapy or counseling in the event that there are allegations made of sexual abuse against a registrant. So what we tried to do, of course, was to build committees that would make sure that each committee would have quorum to deal with all of the matters that come up so that they can exercise their regulatory function and to have a balance across the group.
Thanks, Amy. I guess the next point would be that if there's any questions concerning the chart in front of you or how it's done, the procedure in which we put the names to the spots. Any comments or questions?
Brian?
Sorry, I haven't got you online there. Go ahead.
Sure. The other thing I was going to say is one of the main things of looking at this chart right now is also to see where you line up and make sure that we haven't overcommitted on the suggested chart, that we haven't overcommitted you. Everybody's got about 2 assignments or so, plus or minus type of thing. But if you feel there's an area that you're not able to manage, then this is an opportunity to sort of voice that.
Great. And I see Murray has his hand raised. Go ahead, Murray.
I'm just curious as to the color chart here. Is there any meaning to those colors? Or?
Yes, Amy can probably speak to that.
Sure. Yes, I will explain my system. Thank you, Murray. That's the persons in green are elected optician board members. Yellow are our public appointed members. Gray are our current roster of appointed committee members. And purple are the appointed committee members that were just appointed for the new year by the board. Then the orange are the non-optician appointed member that was just appointed by the board. And in the final column in discipline, there's one individual in light blue that is a discipline only appointed member that was just appointed by the board.
Great. Thank you for that, Amy. Any
Omar,
other? Oh, Omar, go ahead.
I noticed for on the ICRC, there is a question mark behind Elsa Lee.
Oh, yes. Apologies. That was just to indicate the numbers in brackets are all people's committee preferences, so that we were trying to make sure that to the greatest extent possible, we were putting people on committees that they expressed an interest in being on. At the time, we did not yet have Elsa Lee's preferences, and that's the reason for the question mark.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, questions? Okay, just a reminder to use the raise hand function, just makes it easier to see, but I did see that Peggy and then Henry both had their hands raised. So go ahead, Peggy.
Looks to me like clinical practice is a complete change of people. Is that true? And if so, why? Or an almost complete change of people?
So I think there are, there are a number of new people. There are 2 individuals who are on it this year. And again, that was, there's a couple of reasons for that. The most important one is the work plan that we have for the clinical practice committee. We wanted to make sure that there were opticians in the committee with a particular expertise in those areas for the work that they're planning to do. So that was the main reason for most of the changes.
Henry? Henry, did you have a feedback or comment?
I think he's muted.
Oh. We're having some technical difficulties. Henry, if you'd like to put into the chat your comment.
Here we go.
Oh,
How
there we
about
are.
now? Okay.
We can hear you now.
For some reason, the button was. What is the reason for the question mark beside my name under wrap?
Okay, thanks, Henry. That is the registration appeals panel of the registration committee. And I don't believe we pulled people for their preferences for that committee specifically. So I believe the question mark was just because we don't necessarily have your feedback on sitting on that panel.
So now I'm on that committee.
That's what's being
Yes.
proposed, yes.
Okay, fine.
Other questions for clarity, comments, feedback before we move for a motion on this? Okay, I'm not seeing any. So I'll pass to Brian to move forward with a motion.
Thank you, Sarah. So we're going to call for a motion on the committee slates in front of you. The motion will read to approve the committee slate as presented. I need a mover and a shaker. Omar. I'm looking for a seconder, sorry. Murray. Thank you. All in favor? It's passed.
Passed. Perfect. Okay, so we're going to move on to.
Sorry, will this be part of the archive document?
We'll definitely place it in the virtual boardroom.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Sorry. Where do I find a copy of that spreadsheet on our information in front of us? Is that supposed to be in that number 13?
No, we just worked on it at lunchtime actually today, Henry.
Oh, okay. All right.
So that was the secret, highly secret meeting.
So,
Just kidding.
so where can I get a copy of that then?
You'll be emailed to you, will it not?
We can make it available by email. We typically post it in the virtual boardroom.
Okay, that's all I need to know.
Perfect.
Great. Okay, so with that, we're going to move on to governance policy changes, and I'm going to have Stephen Kinsella, the governance chair, take us through 15.0.
Thank you, Sarah. The financial planning and budgeting policy and revisions are in the briefing note that are ahead of you. And I just want to remind the board of the need to ensure that the language is clear and consistent with the terminology adopted by the college. Okay. There's 6 policies on the board policy review schedule that are slated for evaluation of the content today. These are some of the first policies that were approved by the board when it began the process of adopting policy governance approach and overhauling its governance manual in 2017. The first policy, the financial planning and budget policy, falls within the operational boundaries category. Policies in this category set out the board's risk boundaries for the college's operations. The purpose of this policy is to ensure that financial planning practices are carried out in a manner that align with the board's strategic outcomes. The proposed revisions by the committee ensure that the language is clear and consistent with the terminology adopted by the college. And I'll open the floor for discussion.
Thanks, Stephen. Questions from the board? No, it's not looking like there's any questions for clarity. If there's no questions, maybe I'll do a test for consensus just to see if folks feel comfortable moving forward with those. Can I see a show of hands of, again, 4 and 5, meaning you feel comfortable moving ahead? And Omar, okay. Okay, that looks good. Okay, so Brian, I'm gonna look to you for a motion.
Thank you, Sarah. So the motion will read that the board approve the updates to the financial planning and budgeting policy 2-02 as recommended by the governance committee. Can I have a mover? I see Henry's name up and I see Edward. All in favor? It is passed.
Okay, super. So we will move on now to the financial condition policy with Stephen Kinsella, again, the governance chair.
Thank you, Sarah. The second policy, the financial condition policy, also falls within the operational boundaries category. The purpose of this policy is to ensure that the registrar, the CAO, maintains the financial health and condition of the college. The proposed revisions by the committee ensure that the language is clear and consistent with the terminology adopted by the college as it has developed its governance manual over the course of the last 3 years. The committee also proposed revisions to ensure that the policy gives the registrar, the CAO, sufficient flexibility in order to respond to crises or other foreseen circumstances. And I'll open the floor up for discussion.
Okay, any questions on this one? Feedback? Clarity? See Murray? Go ahead, Murray, and then Henry.
Steve, I'm referencing point 14 under debt. When you say loan COO funds to any party, is that anybody or is that political?
Did you want that brought up on the screen, Murray? So everybody can see it? So that would be that he could not loan funds to any party. That's my interpretation. Amy, am I interpreting that correct?
Yeah, party meaning individual or entity, not political party.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Was it Henry? Did you have your hand up?
Yeah, just a comment. I think this thing was written up really well. I think there's a lot of good safeguards in there to prevent abuse. So it's good, really good.
Okay, some feedback in favor. Any other comments, questions for clarity from folks? Okay, don't see any at this time, so I will ask for consensus again on this one moving forward with the suggestions. Let me see a show of hands. Okay, that all looks good. Okay, so then Brian, I will have you move forward with a motion.
Thanks, Sarah. So I'll call for this particular motion that the board approve the updates to the financial condition of policy 2-03 as recommended by the governance committee. I see Mike's hand up. I see Ed's hand up. All in favor? Passed.
Okay, perfect. So we are moving on now to the board support of the registrar CEO policy with Stephen Kinsella, again, the governance chair, to present.
Okay. Just regarding this particular policy, that the governance committee is not recommending any changes at this time. The next policy, the board support of the register, the CEO policy, falls within the board staff relationship category. Policies in this category clarify the board's relationship with the register, CEO, and staff. On review, the governance committee was of the view that the policy continues to adequately serve the board's needs and that no amendments are necessary. And I'll open the floor for discussion on this.
Okay, so again, I'll ask if there's any questions for clarity or feedback from the board, comments. Okay, it doesn't look like there is much feedback on this particular piece. So again, I'll seek consensus on moving forward with no changes on this one. If you can do a show of hands. And that looks great. And it's great to have you back, Diana. I see that your video is working well, so that's great. So Brian, we will let you move forward with a motion on that one.
Great, thanks, Sarah. The motion will read that the board approve that there be no changes to the board support of the registrar CEO policy 3-08 as recommended by the governance committee. I need a mover. Ed. Seconder is Murray. All in favor? Passed.
Okay, so we'll now move on to the governance approach policy, again with Stephen. Go ahead, Stephen.
Thanks, Sarah. The revisions are in the briefing note, and I just want to remind the board of the need to ensure that it's consistent with the direction taken by the board over the last 3 years. The next policy, the governance approach policy, falls within the governance process category. Policies in this category describe the board's own operations and processes for carrying out its mandate. The purpose of this policy is to affirm the board's commitment to its chosen governance style and the key features of its governance approach. Since it was approved in October of 2017, the board's governance approach has evolved and has become more knowledgeable and experienced in its governance style. The proposed revisions by the committee ensures that the policy is consistent with the direction taken by the board over the last 3 years. When reviewing the final version of Appendix B, you will be excuse me, you'll be able to clearly see that the proposed updates restructure the policy and highlight the key features of the policy governance that will be emphasized by the board, as well as the commitments made by the board to support its governance process. The policy also now reflects the board's commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion in its governance approach. And I'll open it up for discussion.
Okay, comments, feedback on these changes? Any questions for clarity or feedback? No, it's crystal clear. Okay. So what I'll do is move forward again with a point for consensus on moving forward with those suggested changes, and we'll look to see everyone's hands. Omar, just need to see, okay, that looks good. And then looks like, sorry, Dorina, Michael, and Peggy, I just missed yours. Okay, Dorina, perfect. Okay, so with that, we can move to a motion, Brian.
Thanks, Sarah. This particular motion will read that the board approve the updates to the governance approach policy 4-01 as recommended by the governance committee. Who's going to move that? Henry. Seconder. Mikey. All in favor? Unanimous, passed.
Okay, perfect. So we will continue on, this time to the director job description policy with Stephen.
Thank you, Sarah. So the revisions are in the briefing note, and I just want to remind the board of the need in order to ensure that the language is clear and consistent with the terminology adopted by the college. The next policy, the director job description policy, falls within the governance process category. The purpose of this policy is to explain the role of the director, their responsibilities, and the commitments to the work that they perform at the college. The proposed revisions by the committee ensure that the language is clear and consistent with the terminology adopted by the college as it has developed its governance manual over the last 3 years. And I'll now open the floor for discussion.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Any comments or feedback or clarity on this piece regarding the director job description? Okay.
Just Omar, just need one clarification. Steve, when you say the director's job, you're referring to the CEO, or in this case?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, they're board members.
Board members, yes.
Board members, okay.
Thank you, Amy, for that clarification.
Okay. Any other points of clarity required before we move forward? Seeing shaking heads. So let's do a quick test for consensus that folks feel comfortable moving forward to a motion. See your hands. That looks good. Okay, so I will pass to you, Brian.
Just before you do that, Bri, I thought I seen Diane had her hand up there. I don't know whether she had a question.
Oh, did we miss you, Diana?
She's shaking her head no, I believe.
No, I'm good. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Okay, we'll pass back to you then, Brian.
Okay, thanks very much, Sarah. So we'll call for the motion. The board approve the updates to the Director Job Description Policy 4-04 as recommended by the Governance Committee. Whose hand is up? I see Ed's hand is up. Omar's hand is up. All in favor? Passed unanimous.
Perfect. Okay, so we're going to move on to the posting of board materials policy. And Stephen, I will pass that to you.
Thank you, Sarah. The next policy, the posting of the board materials policy, falls within the governance process category again. This policy sets out the process for posting board meetings materials to the college website to ensure transparency and compliance with the posting requirements as set out in the Health Professionals Procedural Guide. On review, the Governance Committee was of the view that the policy continues to adequately serve the board's needs and that no amendments were necessary. And I'll open it up for any discussion anyone may have.
Okay, comments, feedback, question. Mike, I see your hand.
I just think this is a perfect opportunity to thank Caroline for doing a great job posting all of this stuff. So that's good. Thanks.
So some kudos to the team. Henry?
I just want to backtrack a minute for whoever takes care of that, but that job description for directors would have been very useful in my orientation, or at least I know the stuff's available on the webpage and all that, but just kind of like a synopsis and say, look, these are fairly specific things that board members are required to do. That would have been really, really beneficial to know that before you step into this.
Okay, thanks, Henry. Any other comments or feedback specific to this section? Oh, Peggy, go ahead.
Is there any possibility for materials to be posted 2 weeks in advance instead of 1 week?
Like board meeting materials, Peggy?
Correct. And well, in general, depending on the quantity. I think we had a discussion about this at some point, especially if there's a lot of material.
Okay, Amy or Fuzzle?
Yeah, you know, it's it depends on if you're okay with getting materials in fragments, because it's difficult with what we do is we have the executive committee meeting 2 weeks before the board meeting, and they, as finance, go through a lot of the financial variance reports and things like that. We get their approval, then we make any tweaks, and then we post it a week in advance. So it's a pretty tight timeline, and we have committees. I think a week or so ago, Brian had 3 back-to-back committee meetings, all boom, boom, boom before this board meeting. So, and a bunch of you were in those same meetings. So it gets a little hairy. If the board is okay with little bits and bytes appearing on the board, the virtual boardroom in that 2-week window, we could look at it. Definitely meeting that 1 week mark, we are scrambling to hit that mark.
Well, it helps to have some context of what's going on. I guess my thought is even 2 weekends might make a difference for people.
Yeah, so I guess it comes back again to do you want us to start letting you know that things are appearing in the virtual boardroom before sort of that official dump of stuff?
Brian, did you have something to add to that?
Yeah, I personally, I don't want to get bits and snips and bites 2 and 3 weeks ahead of time, because I'm not going to be organized enough to keep track of it. I think that, no, Peggy, you might be suggesting maybe even 2 or 3 days more than a week, like 10 days maybe, just for semantics as far as time frame that goes. But it is difficult because, as Fazelle said, we had 4, actually, Fazelle, instead of 3, 4 meetings last week just to finalize this agenda. So, you know, we can try with the staff to try and accelerate that and give you guys more time, but it's pushing it because there are some committees too that come with their meetings at the last minute that have to be added into this agenda. So we're trying to put everything all in one package so you can read it all at once. But you know, if we can squeeze a day or 2 more, we'll see what we can do.
Well, to some extent, if it's posted Friday end of the day instead of Monday end of the day, it's 1 business day, but it's 3 or 4 days for people to have that extra weekend to work on it. That's without knowing whether people who are in the committees are scrambling on the weekend to get their stuff done for the Monday post.
Yeah. Fazelle, do you think there's any chance of squeezing it on a Friday instead of a Monday?
It's tight. I'll refer back to the team. So let me take it back to the team to see what's involved with that.
Maybe this can be a nice to have and not written in
as a must have.
Yeah.
Thank you, Peggy.
Any other comments from folks? Okay, so it sounds like, you know, Peggy had indicated that could be a nice to have. So I think we're okay to still move forward looking for a motion on this one. So I'll seek consensus first, that people feel okay with no amendments on this one. And Jarina, I'm not sure if you've stepped away. I just don't see your video for consensus. Okay, great, perfect. Okay, so I think that looks good. So I will pass to you, Brian.
Thanks, Sarah. So this particular motion, that the board approve that there be no amendments to the posting of board material policy 4.23 as recommended by the governance committee. Although, like I said, we have a wish list that could be shaved that and add another day or 2 wouldn't be a bad idea. I need a mover. Mike.
See you, Mike.
Second is Ed. All in favor? Passed.
Passed. Okay, so we're now going to move on to the board effectiveness self-evaluation policy, again with Stephen Kinsella, our governance chair.
Thank you. These policies are pretty straightforward based on the approval of the Ontario Health Association board self-assessment tool. And this policy reflects how the board will conduct its board self-evaluation this year and in the future. And I'll open the floor for discussion.
Okay, questions or comments on this piece, on the board effectiveness self-evaluation policy? Any clarity or feedback needed from folks before we move forward? Okay, I'm going to assume that looks good. So let's do a test for consensus here. Again, you can raise your hands on moving forward. And we look to have consensus from everyone. So I will turn it to you, Brian. Oh, and sorry, Brian, you're on mute.
Sorry about that, guys. All right, so the motion is going to read that the board approve the updates to the board effectiveness self-evaluation policy 4-26 as recommended by the governance committee. Who's going to move this one? I want
see
somebody new
Edward.
here. I want somebody new. Samir, you put your hand up, didn't you?
Meta.
And Netta did. Okay, fantastic. All in favor? It's passed.
Okay. Okay, so we're now going to move to the 2020 committee self-evaluation. And again, I'll pass it to Stephen.
Thanks, Sarah. The after our board meeting today, all directors and appointed members will receive an email that will provide information on how to connect with and complete the 2020 committee self-evaluations. Individual committee members will formally evaluate their own performance by completing the self-evaluation for each committee in which they sit. The surveys remain open for 2 weeks and cover the period from January the 1st, 2020 to December the 8th, 2020, following our last meeting of the year. It will take approximately 15 minutes to complete the questionnaire. Participation in this important process is mandatory. Deidre Brooks, our manager of patient relations and governance, will be your contact person during this process. The board chair is authorized to take steps to ensure that all directors and committee members complete self-evaluations and do so in a timely manner. And I'll open the floor for discussion.
Okay, so questions on this one? Clarity, feedback? Yes, Omar?
I just have a question which comes to mind from past evaluation, having read some of the comments and evaluations aspect of it, etc. My question to the board in general is how genuinely does the board evaluates the self-assessments by everyone, that give it for every member to do his or her self-evaluation? How authentic, how genuine, how honest, how truthful it is, as opposed to someone else to do it on behalf of the other person. I'm just trying to get a feel of it. If it's genuine enough, if it's authentic enough, that there shouldn't be any changes moving forward, or this is the way it should be, a standard way.
So Omar, is that a question kind of to the board to hear people's thoughts around how genuine the self-evaluations tend to be? Anyone to comment or provide feedback on that piece?
Sarah, if I can help, I think that everyone should be trying to be as honest as possible when they fill these out, just and in particular writing themselves, and then in the board as a general, and as a governance matter, it's the boards have to be able to self-monitor themselves for transparency purposes. If that helps, Omar.
I know what exactly you're saying, but it is just that I'm wanting to know if there's a different way of doing this self-evaluation. Should it be we do it for against each other, not against per se, but for example, I do yours, you does mine, you does mine. Would this give a better outcome, a better understanding of my personal achievements, my accomplishment, my values, my understanding, my contribution towards the college, towards the board, towards the aims and objectives of the college? I'm just trying to get a sense of evaluation here. If you know, I'm hoping I'm not opening a cans of worms here, but I'm just open the doors for a broader and deeper discussion.
So Omar, it sounds like you're wondering, are there other approaches beyond self-evaluation?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Dorina, I see your hands up. I'm not sure if you want to add to that or if you had a different comment.
Well, I don't want to sound sarcastic, but it's about self-evaluation. Like, we don't want to go and evaluate the board of directors. We evaluate our own merits in the board. So whatever you think about yourself, provided the formats that you're provided by the college. You are provided by Deidre, for example, with a format that was inspired by another group, right? So it's self, you.
Other thoughts or feedback from the rest of the group?
I think
Peggy had her hand up, Sarah. Sorry.
Okay. Yep, Peggy.
Sorry, I'm slow on the virtual hand. My recollection in going through it, it was not so much about sort of grading yourself as trying to reflect on whether we needed other resources, might approach the job a different way, things like that. Now, I can't remember the specifics of the question, so maybe some other people can remember those details and what their impression of what we were really evaluating.
Steve, did you have anything there to provide clarity on that piece?
Just, I'm gonna get Amy's input into this, because when we discussed this at governance, it was more of like, it's to show how, through our consultant, the idea was to show how each individual, did we achieve your own specific goals that you were looking for, and also keeping the board on track to where it was headed for the future. Was that, Amy, if you help, do you have any further input on that, Amy?
I think you summed it up really well, Steve. So it is really, meant to be a separate process from the board evaluation, and to, have a look at the work that the committees are doing. And, one of the major changes from last year is to make sure that there's space for comments, to provide a bit more open-ended feedback, which wasn't available for the committee evaluation process last year. So I hope that speaks to the point a bit.
Thanks, Amy. That's good clarity in terms of the intent, in terms of the outcomes. What I think I'll do now is pass to Brian. I know Brian was going to discuss the OHA board self-assessment and addendum.
Yeah,
Brian?
thanks, Sarah. It's dovetailing nicely into this conversation. All right. I'm sure that all of you are aware that you've received a notification to fill out the board self-assessment addendum, the OHA one. We're still missing one report from one individual on the board. Look, it's important that we all fill these out and that we make sure that we process to the particular committee that's requesting this to have this done. So we've got till tomorrow night at 11:59 a.m. to finish that report. But it's really, really important, and I think it's an obligation to sit on this board, and it's something that has to be taken seriously. So please make sure that that's completed by tomorrow. Other than that, I think that's all I have to say on that, Sarah.
Okay, thanks, Brian. Any other feedback on this one before we move forward? This isn't one where we need to, have a motion or a decision on, but if there are other comments or feedback, we can hear that now. Okay, that looks to be good. So we're now going to move forward again with Stephen, but this time on the board policy monitoring templates. So go ahead, Stephen.
Thank you, Sarah. On October the 5th, 2020, the board approved the board policy development policy 4-24. The board requested that the board monitoring achievement report templates be created for each of the 8 policies to be under review over the next 2 years. Here for your approval is the first template of the board monitoring system policy, which is attached at Appendix B. The highlighted portion of the template is provided as an example of how the responsible director could complete the template. The template is broken down into sections, making it easier to fill out the information. With respect to the last 2 columns, the board will be able to review and discuss any deficiencies or recommendations to determine how to achieve compliance with the policy. Staff will be available to assist with the supporting information. However, the monitoring report will be the responsibility of the director who is assigned to complete it. This report is to be presented to the board for review and discussion at its February 2021 meeting, and I'll now open the floor for any discussion.
Okay, discussion, feedback, comments on this one. I'll start with Murray. I see he has his hand up. Go ahead, Murray.
Steve, in Appendix A, the matrix Appendix A, 2-10 says that it's the frequency or the cadence is annually, but there is no date in there for 2023. Is that an error, or is there some intent there?
Okay, you're referring to, again, your question was
2-10.
2-10?
On the monitoring schedule? Oh, wait a minute, that's different than what I'm looking at. Sorry, scratch that question. I'm looking at a wrong schedule here.
Okay, all righty. Thanks, Mary.
Well done, Steve.
Okay, so some kudos. I see, yeah, Faisal, go ahead.
Sorry, just had to unmute myself. I think with these reports being filled out by board members themselves, Omar, this might speak a little bit to sort of your critical eye and evaluation of your fellow peers. So this might be a good step in that direction.
Yeah, I can see the value in it. Yeah. Mhm. Not to say, please, no one should get me wrong that I'm questioning the principle behind all this. It's just that I was trying to open a discussion to see what else can we do to make it more efficient, more if there's a need for it anyway. But it seems to be generally accepted, and so it is. Yeah.
Okay, Mike, you have a comment?
This is the first time we're doing this, correct? Yes. We're going to have somebody step up. Is it better to have two people step up for the first one, Faisal, with a staff to make sure that it goes as smoothly and covers the things that we want to cover in the future?
We'll definitely have staff assist as far as submission and all that stuff. Will be, I think, Amy, is this going to be administered through governance?
Will be, yes.
Okay, and then I think on the table for today is assigning people spots to these different reports. I would defer to the experts at governance as far as how many people are required. Stephen, I don't know if you want to speak to that.
It would start out with 2 people at first.
Well, just to clarify, Steve, that's one for each of the 2 templates that are in front of you.
That's
now, the rationale for 1 person per template is that there are going to be 8 in total. We currently have either 14 or 15 board members, so it really is to make sure that we have enough people who are available for each one of these assignments. So there will definitely be support and at the staff level to assist anyone. These are not tests or you're not going to be evaluated on the job that you do in completing them. It's an exercise and it's meant to be a learning process. So any support that you need will be available, but it's not meant to be to put anyone on the spot or put undue pressure on anyone.
Thanks for that clarity, Amy. I see a note from or a hand up from Ingrid. Ingrid, did you want to go ahead?
I like the example that was put into number 1. We talked about that at governance, that, it kind of gives whoever is filling out the template an idea of what to look for. It's good. Thank you.
Any other questions or clarity needed? We've heard a bit more in terms of the process, in terms of number of people and support. Any other questions before we get to the $1 million one of who's volunteering? Oh, Dorina, yes, go ahead. Are you volunteering or you have a question?
I have a question. This is a question about this great appendix. Are we monitoring any of this information in timely fashion? Are we putting them on the table for discussion, or they're just for observation and general common knowledge?
Amy, did you want to field that one?
Sure. Sure, I can. So they all be brought forward to the board meeting that they're scheduled for, the same way that you received the monitoring reports from Fazal today. So they will be a similar agenda item. Well, you're not making a formal motion or decision on them. The board will be asked to provide their feedback.
Okay, does that clarify for you, Dorina?
Yeah.
Any other comments or questions at all?
And the first one's to be done in by the end of February? Is that what I heard?
Yes.
Okay. So that begs the question, do we have anyone who wants to volunteer to be responsible for completing this report and presenting it to the next meeting in February 2021?
And Sarah,
Okay.
just to clarify, if someone doesn't volunteer, apparently I have to pick somebody, so I don't want to do
That's
that.
right. Now, I did see Michael's hand.
I get two staff members. we are working with Mike.
So Mikey, you're all ready to do it?
Yes.
All right, fantastic. Thank you, Michael.
Okay, great, thank you.
Steve told me I had to.
some chat voluntelling. Okay, so that's great. So then, Brian, I will look to you to move for a motion then.
Thank you very much again. Thank you, Michael. That got me off the hook. So I'll call for the motion to approve the template for monitoring the board monitoring system policy. I need a mover. Somebody new, come on.
See Diana?
Diana. All right. Seconder. Henry. Okay, Henry, we'll take that. All in favor? It's passed.
Go. Okay, so we're going to now move on to the board annual strategic agenda / work plan policy. And again, we'll have Stephen, the chair of governance, take us through that.
Thank you, Sarah. On October the 5th, 2020, the board approved the board policy 4-24. The board requested that the board monitoring achievement report templates be created for each of the 8 policies to be under review over the next 2 years. Here for your approval is the template for the board annual strategic agenda / work plan policy, which is attached as Appendix B. The highlighted portion of the template is provided as an example of how the responsible director could complete the template. The template is broken down into sections, making it easier to fill out the information. With respect to the last 2 columns, the board will be able to review and discuss any deficiencies and recommendations to determine how to achieve compliance with the policy. Staff will be available to assist with supporting information. However, the monitoring report will be the responsibility of the director who is assigned to complete it. This report will be presented to the board for review and discussion at its May 2021 meeting, and I'll open the floor for discussion.
Okay, so discussion and questions on this one, on the strategic agenda / work plan policy. Any comments, points of clarity needed? See Brian. Go ahead, Brian.
Thanks, Sarah. Just a question to Steve. Steve, have you made any side deals for this one? Because I have to appoint someone else too. So I just wanted to know ahead of time.
Only, Brian, that I can say, I have it on a good, reliable source from staff that the first two are the easiest to do.
So you're making it easy for me either to appoint someone or if somebody put their hand up right away, right?
That's correct.
Sarah, if you don't mind, I'm going to ask them therefore then for a volunteer before they have to be voluntold. And you heard Stephen's words. He's assuring you that it's going to be very easy to do. So let's see some hands up. Except you, Ed. I'm sorry. I know that you're disqualified, but
I
who's
can
gonna do it?
volunteer. It's
Ingrid. Thank you very much, Ingrid. Okay.
And just a reminder for Ingrid that this one would be reported and presented at the board meeting in May of 2021. So thanks, Ingrid. So Brian, I'll look to you now.
Thanks very much. So I'm going to call for the motion to approve the template for the annual strategic agenda work plan policy. Somebody new again? No, not you, Mike. It's always you. I'm going to go with Murray. Seconder. Samir, I saw your hand up. No, I saw Netta's hand up first. Sorry, Netta, you got that one. All in favor? Passed.
Okay,
Thank you.
super. Okay, and that actually brings us to the end of today's agenda. So we're hyper efficient today. I'll pass it to Brian for some closing remarks, and then we will come back together tomorrow morning for 9:15 again. But I'll let our board chair Brian get the last words.
Thank you very, very much, Sarah.